Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra the Orcish Fiddler here. And it is the last Tuesday of Orktober, alas. But we will be continuing our adventures even beyond Orktober until we finish Bastard Mods, because by golly, I need to finish this game. Hello, Wolf. Welcome in. How you doing today? I hope that your week has gone well. I hope that any challenges that have arisen to make us pause for a moment are ones that we have crushed in a properly orcish manner. Or lycanthrope manner. C79, welcome in. Hello, hello. How you doing today? I hope you all are doing well. Hanging in there, stuffed yourself with the Chicken Club Brunch Ring. I'm not sure what the ring entails. I'm assuming this is like a ring of bread. You'll have to explain more, Wolf. I find myself intrigued. And not much is up. I don't know if I slept through my alarms or if I was just they didn't go off. I ended up being an hour late to work, so I'm gonna have to make that time up tomorrow. So, kind of a sleepy orc, but I'm doing all right now. I got through the workday, did what I needed to do. Not as productive as I would have liked, but that's just kind of how it goes some days. But yeah, I had myself the last of the leftover taco stuff. So we had taco meat, we had cheddar cheese, we had the Taco Bell chipotle, creamy chipotle, and then of course we had some chili cheese Fritos to give it some crunch, because it's not really taco food unless it's got some crunch to it, and orcs do like their crunch. So even though it was all wrapped in a soft tortilla, nice and crunchy and good, and I was very satisfied with it. And most importantly, it didn't take very long to cook, and reasonably well contained. I didn't make a giant mess of it. It's a croissant formed into a circle stuffed with chicken and other ingredients. That sounds delightful. So chicken club. What goes into a club? Does bacon go into a club? I haven't had like a club sandwich in a while. But that sounds, I like the sound of that. Using a croissant as a container for all sorts of goodies. Especially the meats. We do like us the meats. Yes, bacon is one of them. Then I most definitely approve. Alright. I have a post-it. I have a post-it note. When I was reviewing my footage while I was working on the closed captioning, apparently when we did Ashes of a Burned Village, we never went back and collected the items in the chests. So we're gonna do that. Unsecured location. Oh no. Has it been that long? Oops. No. Who do we got in the party? This is the button I wanted. We got Lars and Grin, and then Val. Everybody is at 16. we are going to actually have to do some stuff. I might want to swap some people around. Maybe. You know what? We're gonna leave. We're gonna keep this group. Well, no, hold on. Wolfie is neutral. We're actually going to do these numbers because I want Wolfie to get some experience. And we should be all right. I did a pretty good job with positioning before. Am I far away from my mic? No. My mic is about where it's usually positioned. I might not be talking to the mic. I'll move it closer, though. Let's move it. Okay. How's this? Does this sound any better? I might have had it positioned too low. Better? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I know that audio issues are one of those things that it has definitely pissed me off before, so I'm definitely picky about that. I did test before I started streaming, so to my knowledge, everything is where it's supposed to be, but that doesn't mean that they won't fail because I wiggle around in my chair or something. Now I'm like, I'm creeping this microphone closer and closer, and it's probably a terrible idea, but it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, just let me know if it starts to get a little bit quiet, if it starts fading in and out, and I'll see what I can do to correct that. Thank you. Okay. We're going back to this place, and unfortunately, enough time has passed that the creatures are back. We're going to do the best that we can. It's level 12, though, so with the level that we're at, we shouldn't encounter any problems. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Is Wolfie equipped? Wolfie is not equipped. It's a good thing I checked. Okay. Wolfie! Where's the magic stick? Because Grin has the book. Oh, it's right there, you idiot. Okay. I think we're organized now. We'll do another save since I did a little oops. Let us return to the ashes of a burned village, and this time actually empty out the chests. Right, I forgot about that. Fleet is gonna be a slight problem. Okay. The Wingardium Leviosa stick. Sure, we could use it to do that. Right. Tee that tickled you, asshole. Oh, that's right. I gave him the Rexic lens. Okay. Oh, I can't light that. Wait, can I? Hold on. No, I hit my character, not that. Time to wreck it, lens. Yeah. Do not know if this will work. That worked. Nice dodge. Consider you have a dodge of 11 plus 5 evasion. Yeah, I was a little lower on the initiative order than I would have liked. Okay. You're gonna... Unfortunately, we can't do... Well, we can try and stand by it. Ah! Oh, he's... alright. So, 2 more warm obsidian. Where are you? Somewhere over here? Yep, there you are. Okay. No one else yet. Okay. I don't think you're in a line of sight, are you? Wait, where'd you go? That works. He was trying to hide from a fireball to his face. I don't blame him. Yeah, both Grin and Wolfie are pretty well skilled in Blast. Grin also has some Hunt. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that you're gonna, like... You're gonna need a hug by the time they're through with you. Good move. Let's go ahead and have Wolfie heal. Ah. I don't think Grin... Can Grin heal? I forget. Oh, he does. Okay, cool. We have 3 people who can heal in the party. You're not going to win. That's funny. It's just defending now. It's just waiting for the inevitable. I don't think we need any more... What did it drop? Onyx? I don't think we need any more Onyx. There was a fiery thing. I need to try to get whatever it drops. But for you guys, you can just drop your Obsidian. It's fine. Okay. And no, I'm not picking up the chest yet because I know all this other crap is gonna drop. Oh yeah, alright. I do like Fleet for that. It's like just kind of have a casual stroll and then just shoot the guy in the face and it's dead. Can't do anything right now. He might end up fumbling, unfortunately. Who do we want to slam with a fireball? How about you? Still can't do anything. Everybody's healed. Still can't do anything. Wait, did you hit Wolfie? You hit Wolfie, you jerk. Alright, you're just gonna have to defend. And I need to move a little closer. Wow, nice critical hit. Okay, so that should take care of all that. Okay. Now, I believe the only thing left are the fire elementals in the top. So we're gonna get everybody into position before I run up and get their attention. What order do we want to have everybody in? Lars, put you here. Wolfie, put you here. Grin, put you here. And... yeah, that looks good. Okay. Yeah, I had a feeling I was going to get both of them at the same time. It's fine. Did you see that? It damaged its friend. It's like, wow, lady, you're hot stuff. And she's basically, shut the hell up, and burned him. Maybe he enjoyed it. I don't know. But, we can't do anything at the moment. Friendly fire. Literally friendly fire. you're doing that, so come and get me. We're gonna have to give them another turn. It did it again. Okay, it has healing, so that's fun. We're not. Oh, actually, we're gonna do one of these real quick. Oh, I guess we didn't have to. Never mind. I'm very amused by this. There we go. Now, ideally, we'll be able to get whatever the Ignigon, whatever that thing is. Thank you for the clip, Wolf. Yeah, that was a little unexpected, but this is why you got to be careful when you play with fire. Shit. Well, I hit it a little too hard there. Oh well. Let's see if we can get another Maxicon book. No closed captioning. Not Mexican book. Maxicon. Close enough. Oh, that sucked. It warded it. That's, different. That should be alright here. Okay, yeah. So you're gonna try and heal through it, are you? If it doesn't hesitate, then I'll have to smack it again and I'll risk killing it. Oh, you? Yeah, hold on. I don't know what I'm doing. We don't have any negotiators at all, so... There we go. So that book you've got there, can I have it? No? Okay. We can kill you for it. We still got a chance to do that. Don't make us kill you. You'll regret it. Look, you're not gonna kill me. Okay, you need a blast, so... Oh, well. Couldn't really do anything about that. And it didn't drop anything else. Okay. So that only gives us a couple of inventory slots, unfortunately. So let's start. We'll at least collect a couple of things here. 400 gold and a ward knife. I'm not going to need this much warm obsidian, so I can ditch one if I need to. be you? Hearty chili. And a pepper quiche. Yeah, okay. And that's as much as we can carry, so now we get to go. Good job, everybody. Not much experience out of it, because it was only at a level 12 thingamajig. But that's okay. Let's go talk to our oh, wait, hold on. Leave. So, you can, Gixer, you can actually use the word bastard. It's fine. I'll hit allow on that one. I know that you're trying to get through the filter thing. But welcome in, Gixer. How you doing today? What am I doing? I'm putting... I'm hitting all the wrong buttons today. We need... No worries. Yeah, it's, in terms of, like, swear words and stuff, I'm fine with it. As long as it's not, like, ridiculously offensive or something like that. But, like, we're adults here. This is an 18+ stream. So, like, if you can't handle me saying the word fuck, I can understand that, but I will sometimes say the word fuck. In fact, this game uses the word fuck. Not liberally. But you will hear it ever so often. Yeah, I consider that kind of language to be seasoning. A little bit of it salt and peppered throughout, you know, ever so often is fine. But, you know, don't dump the whole salt and pepper shaker out on your dish, or that's gonna be pretty distasteful. So, yeah. I mean, you can see in my rules on my page, on my stream page, if you scroll down. It's got the rules. So yeah, you're fine. You can say the word bastard in chat, is what I'm getting at. What am I looking for? I'm looking for all that obsidian that we just found. Because I forget what it makes. Let's see. Wolfie has some. I have some. I believe those are the only pieces that we brought. And then we've got the pepper quiche. Oh, we've actually got more. Okay. And let's see. Oh, I forgot to take my meds. 1 second. Grid, where are you? There you are. Let's see. 330 is going to go here. 275 will go here. Which means we are running out of space for food. Once I have a single row of food, like, that's the maximum I will carry. Everything else goes into the shop. We need our weapons worked. Actually, we need this obsidian worked. Okay, we've got 2 legs. We'll just sell those. That should do it for that. Let's give everybody a quick chat. Oh, speaking of Raven, I introduced my sister to generative AI last night to help her generate a picture for a D&D character. My nephew's friend is going to be doing his very first DM table, or his very first table as a DM, and I will get a chance to participate, which is going to be my first actual D&D table, which I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping that it goes well. I've been wanting to play D&D for a while, but, like, I didn't want to just, like, do one of those looking for group kind of things where I just find a random bunch of people, because I've seen the horror stories, and I'm not ready for that. Oh shoot, I forgot to put the worn knife away. Oh well, I'm sure it'll be fine. I hope I have fun too, Wolfie, thank you. A Maxic lens, nice. Anything else drop? No, okay. Actually, if you guys, I know we're all very eager to explore. Oops. You guys can hang out here for a little bit. It's going to be a lot easier if I don't have to try to get everybody to navigate around all the various obstacles. You love D&D, sorry if you missed it, but do you know which campaign you'll be playing as homebrew? It's gonna be homebrew, from what I understand. But I don't know, like which modules, if it's all gonna be made up. Like, I really have no idea. He said, because he's trying to get my help to some degree, which, ooh, a normal key has been acquired, and Alacritus Boots, movement 3, but unlucky. Ooh, I did not know that that had unlucky. I thought that only had movement 3. Not sure if that's gonna get use, because we would need armor that has the lucky attribute or weapon. As an accessory with unlucky, that's really bad. But yeah, he was supposed to send me some, he wanted to send me a file for me to review, because I do a lot of world building just as a hobby. It's like nothing professional or anything like that. I do writing also as a hobby. Again, I'm not a published author or anything like that. Maybe someday. But, you know, it's just like, I just do writing. Like, I'm not an author, I just write. I like building worlds. One of these days, maybe I'll finish something and, you know, try to get more sexy orcs out in the written world. But we'll see what happens. I think that is all the chests. I think I get everything. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like everything. That's empty. Okay, I think we're good. We are playing online. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, but this will also be my sister's first time playing tabletop D&D. And she has a lot less experience with this kind of thing, just in general, so I'm hoping that it'll be fun for her. So it's gonna be me, my sister, and my nephew, and then my nephew's friend is the DM. I don't know if anybody else is gonna be in it or not. Alright. We have a pair of boots that are probably just gonna sit here. Yeah, movement 3, while that's great and all, but unlucky. If I remember correctly, because I remember, I think I had to look it up once. Unlucky is not hit rate, it's damage, if I'm remembering correctly. And then, so unlucky is you roll twice and take the lower damage roll. Lucky is you roll twice and you take the higher damage roll. So, needless to say, Lucky is going to be preferred here. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, Gixxer. I do know that there's always going to be certain challenges when it comes to D&D. Things like scheduling and railroading and people being murder hobos. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. And having this be like around family members means that I may not have certain attributes of my character be pronounced, simply because there's going to be a little level of not so much comfort doing that. This is armor. What is it doing there? Let's see. Epoxic lens, onyx. I don't know if I should sell those yet. Silk gauntlets, crest shield. We've got so many pairs of boots. Building a little bit of a boot collection, which, well, that's me for you. I have a bit of a boot collection in real life as well. Let's see. Okay. Did I talked to everybody already? We didn't get any experience, so I don't think that's going to trigger that. And yeah, scheduling is definitely the hard part. We do not have enough surplus manpower in order to gain another service. But we do have 5 slots, so we should probably pick somebody up. Here, let me post it out here. Where do we want to go next? I think we were working our way up, weren't we? I'm not ready for hail yet. I forget what Tangled Trail was. I guess we'll try that. I'm going to reorganize the party a little bit. Who do I want as a blaster? Let's see, we've got Grin at 16. I think I want Wolfie in there. He'll have to be back row, though. Let's see, Wolfie is neutral. So, let's see. Is Valentine neutral? Hang on. Yeah, Val was neutral. Okay. Let's do Mariah and Lars, because they're both chaotic, and then Wolfie should be able to have camaraderie with me, because we got 2 neutrals. That'll work. give Mariah a better bow, though. Actually, Mariah, what are your attributes right now? Fight and hunt. Let's actually have you borrow Nazar's scythe. Should be good there. Lars is our archer. Wolfie is our blaster / healer. Okay, we should be good. Tangled Trail. This forest path is twisted and confusing, and there are no obvious landmarks to follow. Navigating it without some idea of where you're headed promises to be fruitless. But I like fruit. Damn it! We forgot to put the worn knife away. Lars, give me that knife. Gimme. Do we have another one? No. Okay. Tangled Trail, take 2. Oh, that's an exit? Okay. Where did the knife come from? It came from one of the troglodytes, I believe. Wait, what? No? Okay, that's all there is to it. Oh, it led to a cave. Okay, endless... No. What? Okay. I don't know where I'm going there, so I guess I can't go anywhere. Okay, game. I guess I'll figure that out later. Let's instead explore the Woodcutter's Trail. Once long ago, this must have been a well-used trail through the wood. Now it is barely wide enough to walk, choked with trees so thick you can barely see your next step. Did I save? I'm pretty sure I saved. Oops. Hello? Hello? Huh. Uh-oh. What are you? Oh no, it's a werewolfy person, and unfortunately they're not our friend. A shadowy, narrow, winding path through the woods. Very much so. Where are you at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit tricky. Oh. I know, but this werewolf is not happy to see us. So werewolf, like, please don't make us kill you. Oh, okay, hang on. Mariah, stand down. Stop that. Damn you, if you're gonna put me down, then do it already. So, yeah. They just need coffee. Yeah, that's legitimate. I can understand that. Gonna have to pry it from my cold, dead fingers. Okay, well. Oh, is that what they were carrying? Because this isn't, what did werewolves have? Oh, you're regenerating a lot more than I thought you would, so sorry, but I gotta smack you around a little bit more. Oops. Mariah, you're a little bit too strong here, so defend. Wolfie, be gentle? Not that gentle. Your strength is too strong. No, it was just strong enough. We just needed to get it down to 1 heart. He may be carrying coffee or some food, actually. Oh, damn it, you got another heart with that 1 hit point. Wolfie, be gentle. Okay, release. Ah, shit, I'm in no position to argue. I hope something else in here eats you. Bye, Ronaldo. Okay, I don't need food. It looks like he left something behind. This canvas bag is ripped to pieces. You notice a couple of objects sticking out from the tattered mess. Looks like they had a smooth truffle and a worn knife. Oh. A tiny little pier. At least we were able to spare him, though, so that's good. See, Wolfie, I knew I could count on you to be gentle. A small fishing pier? That's one heck of a small fishing pier. That thing's barely a puddle. I have a feeling there's another friend around here somewhere, though. Ah! Don't stand there, Lars. That's bad. Actually... Mariah, just defend. 'Cause I need Wolfie here. I'll try to be gentle. You need to defend. You're too strong. Wolfie, be gentle. Okay, we'll try next time. I'd kill him. I don't want to do that. Wolfie, be gentle! Wolfie, that was not gentle. Wolfie, that was the opposite of gentle. Wolfie, you smeared him all over the forest! Ah, well, buddy, I know you tried your best. Told you my strength, I cannot handle it. I know you're trying. It sometimes, it can be a measure of delicacy. And sometimes you turn them into a delicacy. But we're not gonna spread any wolf paste on crackers right now. Or werewolf paste, I should say. We're gonna leave that mess behind us, move on, and have a good bath later. The poor werewolfies. Well, we're at a 50% success rate. We spared one and we turned the other one into a fine mist. On the plus side, I'm pretty sure that he didn't feel anything. So there's that. Lars, you're not going to be able to... Yeah, we need to defend. Positioning. I need to be here, so Mariah needs to be here. Wolfie here. There we go. Cries in Italian all over the werewolves. Wow, 112. I don't think we're worried about a dire bear here. Well. There's a door. A large iron key is hidden inside the dresser door. Drawer. Take it with you? Well, yeah. The fireplace has been prepared with kindling and firewood. Would you like to light it? Yes. You take a box of matches from on top of the nearby crate and ignite the kindling. Before long, you manage to get a good fire going. How cozy. Wonder who used to live here. Or who currently lives here, and we stole his key. Back garden, I guess. And the key has unlocked a chest, I guess. Yeah, none of this other stuff matters. The chest opens with no trouble. Inside was 200 gold pieces. Cool. Now that we're finished robbing you blind, whoever you are. I have a feeling I know who the place belongs to, but it's kind of hard to be sure. But we got a whole bunch of, woodsy type stuff. I think we're going to have another encounter soon. Probably. Maybe? Okay, I thought there would be. Hello? Knew there was someone somewhere. A centaur spearman. We'll see if he drops anything. He's very clumsy, I'll give him that. Oh, I keep forgetting to take my meds. Hang on. Sorry about that. He's on a wobbly bridge. That is legitimate. Okay, Centaur, we've got a murderer behind me. She's very eager to see just how well connected your man half is from your horseman. I can only hold her back for so long. Really, you need to hesitate. Consider very carefully the impatient-looking murderer behind me. You want to reconsider that? No? Okay, we're gonna give you one last shot. drop whatever you're carrying and run. Fuck you, I need that. Not anymore, you don't. Oh well. Oh hey, I remember this place. So if we had anybody who was in the custom roster that we had not yet found, we would be able to find them here. There's a dessert tray. This tray is filled with a neat arrangement of cookies. You decide to swipe a few while nobody's looking. You misjudge the momentum and speed required, and the cookies end up scattered all over the ground. They're fair game now. Mine. 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 No. Pick up. Pick up! Oops, Mariah saw that. Did she? What did she say? Anyway, there are almond cookies. My sister loves the almond cookies from the Chinese place that we went to. I don't think there's anything else here. So yeah, we don't have anybody else in the custom roster. Exclamation point BB roster if you would like to join our roster. And you will be able to get a link to the Google Docs file that I've got with information on what I need to create a character for you to join. Hello, you do not look healthy. You'd like to see more people turn up? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty small time when it comes to streaming, but it's all good. Can you... a zombie. Can't fire from here. No more zombie. Do you think there's anything to find here? Ooh, well, we certainly found something. Victory awaits. Good. Oh, bad. Uh-oh. More friends. Nope. Oh no, not good. Kill the skeleton fast. There we go. Oops. I can't fire from here. Ow. Stop it. Well, that should get us out of the forest. And we get a few level ups. Oof. I think we want more fight. Because we want the wielder bonus. We'll work on fight for you as well. Slowly we will get that ranged heal. Eventually. Okay. Hop back to the stronghold real quick. Got another war knife. A smooth truffle. Cookie. 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 I think that was everything. Hello, friend orc. I need my weapon worked. Have a quick chat with everybody. Oops. Reppin', come back. Alright, so we've got a logging camp, a bouldering dugout, a burnt earth coven. The isolated... we already did the isolated forge, right? Yeah, that's the where we can get the mood ring made. We still need to get an emerald somehow. So, we need to find some woodsy creature and shake it down for some money. Let's go to the Burnt Earth Coven. But let's consider our party composition before we do something foolish. Honestly, this is probably a good party to have in there, but I try to get everybody levels fairly evenly, so... Lars is 17, so we'll put you in the back for a bit, or on the bench for a bit. Get the Tsar in, and Bato. Let's see. Who has the good bow? Lars does. Alright. Mato's gonna borrow that, Lars. And then Wolfie is still with us, right? Wolfie, where are you? There you are. We're gonna have you carry this just in case. Or actually, no. Even the most untrained can sense that this area is thick with magic. There are many signs of recent activity. Okay, yeah. And if I remember correctly, I think we might actually have a friend we can bring, or we can grab. We actually have the ability to do so because we've got 5 slots. A gate crystal. I will check that out momentarily. Got to examine all these dead things first. This crystal appears to be an anchor for an enchantment. Someone of sufficient skill could unravel it. Oh. Reppin, we need to borrow you. Level 15, level 16. I would like to get Wolfie up another level before we swap out. So this is going to be just... Okay. I say it's going to be temporary. It occurs to me it might not be, so... alright. I guess... I guess Wolfie can hold for one round. Wonder if he'll get another love potion? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, that's right. He has that passive now, doesn't he? Alright. Lucky, warding 15. I'll give you this. Hold on to that. 2 of 2. I'm certain that there's an enemy that drops it, because I remember in a previous game, I ransomed and I got a love potion. I just don't remember where I got it. Okay. So Rebin's gonna have to be kind of careful, because his blast is not nearly as potent as Wolfie's right now. But he is an expert weaver, so... Hang on, my ear is itchy. I need to take my headset off a second. Okay. Reppin, could you have a look at this, please? This crystal appears to be an anchor for an enchantment. Someone of sufficient skill could unravel it. I just realized something. Hold on. Reppin is lawful. I don't have anybody to align with. Everybody's lawful except for me. Ah, it's fine. No, it's it's gonna bother me. Yeah, I'll change Bato out. We're going to bring Wolfie back in. We do need to get you equipped with something, though. How about you borrow Grin's book? Give you that. It'll boost your attack power. Honestly, okay, if I'm being honest here, the person who needs to have that boosted is Reppin. Although Lucky also will boost his damage, so okay, we'll let him keep that. We'll give you the booster, Wolfie. You can rip things apart. The Rexic lens is just in case we need to collapse down to Arcus for some reason. And then Reppin will have the Nixic lens in case he needs to shift over to Nyx. Okay, we should be good. Okay, take 3. 4? 3? Which one are we on? I don't know. Either way. Reppin. Friend. Buddy. Pal. Would you be so kind as to do something to that thing? Best of 2. That was not good. The enchantment is stronger than you expected. You'll need to try again. More carefully. Yeah. There we go. Well, ain't this place charming? And he found a wine tincture. Oops. I want to hit 1, not F1. Alright. As long as we keep Reppin in the back, he should be okay until we can get some healing. And as a just in case... this door has been unlatched. Hello. Free potion is always good. I want him to heal. Because Reppin doesn't have enough ward to do it on his own. I missed, but I missed in a manner that was exceptional and daring. Yeah. Don't ask, I don't know. Let's see, how do we want to do this? Oh no, Reppin, we needed you up there so that Wolfie could heal you. Oh well, it'll be fine. You can't do anything right now, Nazar. Hold tight. Okay, the crone only has 1 heart left, so... Boy, how badly was Reppin hurt? Oh, it's healing whenever that happens, so I have to be careful. Okay, now, unfortunately, we're gonna have to do a little damage to you. Wolfie... you might end up ripping her a new one. So come up here so you can heal me. I'm gonna end up ripping her a new one if I do anything, so... Reppin. Be gentle, Reppin. Oh yeah, that was just barely gentle enough. Would you put an end to this madness? Well, that depends. Are you gonna drop something good for us? A fairer deal I think I shall not find. Take it. Oh, good. A warped branch. We need those. We are fully healed for the next section. More of these things. I meant to look that up to see what the heck a Atlanta? To see what that is. Well, actually, I don't know why I put you there, Wolfie. We need you to move up a step. Surrogate. Ah, it ate it. I hate that. I wonder if this thing will hesitate. Let's find out. not sure that it does. We'll give it one more round. Okay. See, you are... Where are you standing? Hang on. What tile are you on, lady? I think you're on this tile. Oh, Wolfie, you might want to get out of there. No, we should be alright. I hope. I just need to change where I was gonna stand. Alright, what do we got going on here? We've got a witch, we've got a hag, and we've got a harpy. This is gonna be fun. I'll stand here and take the abuse while our blasters do what they do. Nazar, I'm not sure what you're gonna do yet. We really should have got you a bow. Let's start in with the harpy, I guess. Let's try to start in on the harpy. You can't attack. I think if I move here, Nazar's at risk of getting blasted. He's got a pretty good health pool, though. We'll see what happens. Well, he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Unfortunately, that means we don't know what harpies will be ransomed for. Gonna have to watch for that. Maybe what I should give him is the whip. That has a reach of 2, but I don't remember what its attack is. Oh well. That's a problem for future me. You just defend. Well, I guess we're not going to find out what she's got either. Oh, she's down low enough. Let's wait. You know, you're only going to be able to regenerate so many rounds, Hag, and then we're just going to have to stab you again. Is all this blood mine? Yes, you finally noticed. How about dropping that stick or something? Take it and see, haha. Oh, you'll see. Thank you. What is this? It's a fire pit. I don't think that's where we want everybody in case there's going to be a problem. There. Okay, hold on, everybody. 300 gold pieces and another warped branch. Okay. We are carrying very many sticks. And there doesn't appear to be anything else in there, so let's go. Oh, hello. That's a terrible place. Ah. Our casters can't do anything right now. Thank you, Nazar. Oh, for goodness sake. Nice critical, Nazar. The game's like, you think you're done? Guess again. Yeah, kinda. Okay. Here's where things potentially get messy. So I need to make sure that we are set. Everybody is healed, so we're good there. Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't know where everything ends up. So... Actually, repping in the back. Examine the area real quick. Okay. Well, I can't talk to you through the gate, so... Oh. Behind you, fool! It's a trap! Yeah, I know, I've done this before. A strange vibration ripples through the air as you touch the gate. They won't expect us if we hide inside the cage. Ye who dare come to the heart of my coven, slaughter my sisters and release my animals, you will surrender your eyes and your tongues in recompense. Okay. Dang it. That's annoying, it has disarm. Oh, I positioned us badly. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Thing has a lot of hit points. Not enough hit points. Good job, Wolfie. You did it! Do you think you can get me out? And it dropped a salvaged mantra. I don't think it dropped anything else, did it? Yeah, that was it. Okay. Now that you have a moment to examine the gate latch, you can see that it's only tied shut with a heavy rope. It takes you a moment, but you are able to undo the knot and the gate falls open. Nice bit of work there. I am not sure how I would have got out of that one if you hadn't come along. I'm Grieve. Was working at the stocks for a while, but I couldn't continue to be a part of that farce, so I left. Did alright for a week or so until I got lured in by those damned hags. I really should have known better. Anyway, thanks. I'll get out of your way. Well, Grieve, we got room if you want to hang out with us. I'm sorry, I don't know much about the surrounding area. I was just passing through when the crones grabbed me. I have yet to discover any way to leave this place. I'm beginning to think it's impossible. Is that why it was never conquered? Why prisoners are sent here? An island from which there is no escape. You want me to travel with you? Well, I do owe you one. I'll come along, for a while at least. Let's be off then. Any direction is as good as another. This body is crumpled and withered, seemingly by unnatural means. Who knows what these witches have done to him? There are still several useful items on his body. He certainly won't be needing them. Oh no, we've got... Well, Wolfie, come over here, please. Thank you. Well, we definitely want this. We definitely want this. What am I dropping? I guess I can drop one of the sticks. I don't need the knife or the stick. I'm gonna have to hire another porter, damn it. Alright, I guess that'll do. Oh, reppin' almost. We'll do... I'm gonna kind of split between two things, so it's gonna take me a while to get either of them up to the next pip. Oh, now your magic bag. Your carrying capacity increases by 1. We could have used that, like, 30 seconds ago. Oh well, it's fine. Let's go say hi to our new friend. He's level 15. He's largely physical guard with some fight. He is innocent. And then everything else is going to come from his that stuff. Alright. Actually. Oh, see, we could have used that stick. We have another branch. Oh well. A taboo manifest. I don't remember if there's something better than the divining rod, or if that is the max before it melts down. Let's see, reppin'. Okay, stick is level 1. The other stick is level 2. This is level 3. So I should be able to do this once more, right? I think so. Yes, we made a Magus Rod. Okay. So I can't go any higher than that without destroying it. Yeah, that'll... That should do it for there. For now. Word things. Words are hard. Anyway, let's say hi to everybody. Hi, Grieve. Welcome to the party. How are you today? Doing all right? An island you can't escape. Really, it is a perfect prison, so it's no wonder they use it as such. But the guards are as much prisoners as the criminals. I'm not even sure there's a difference. And what about the people who aren't criminals at all, who got sent here because of a mistake, or worse? This needs to stop. Let's go ahead and give you some armor. Yeah, make sure I didn't lose anything since it had disarm, because otherwise I would have been a little disappointed. I'll go ahead and give you a shield. And I don't know what weapon you're going to get until you're actually in the party. You're probably going to get a bow or something. Bow or a polearm. Because you're probably interchangeable for Valor Grieve. Or Valor Nazar. Sorry. Grieve is interchangeable with Grieve. Har har. My brain logic's good. Let us talk to more friends. Or people who don't want to be friends. It's all good. I try. Alright. Let's see. Since we've got Nazar and Wolfie at 17 and Reppin, he just needs like barely a little bit more to level up. Let's see, Reppin is lawful, so we need somebody else lawful. I guess we're gonna see how Grieve handles battle. And then we need somebody neutral. Let's bring in Raven. Actually, a shield is not going to do you a whole lot of good. Let's give you a ring. Who has the good bow? Vato does. Steam rises lazily above this gulch. The air is breathable, but stinks mightily of brimstone. Hellbreath Gulch. Oh, I remember this place, kind of. Ooh, we don't have who we need, though. So we're just gonna exit. Exit? Exit? Exit. We would actually need somebody who can do labor challenges, so we're gonna skip it for now. We'll come back later. Burnt cabin. The ground surrounding this cabin is warm and black. There is a heavy smoke hanging in the air. Oh. This pile of rubble is still smoldering. Search through it. Everything smolders. Something doesn't seem right. Finally, I am free! That's who I was hoping you were attacking. I do not appreciate you knocking my boots off. What the heck? Raven, do you have fleet? No. Alright. We need to give him some room. Damn it! Guess I don't need them that badly. I need to move closer, though. For a bit there, everything was exploding. Okay. You're here, so I need to stand here. No, I didn't want to... Damn it. There. Ow. There, put my boots back on. I don't think this thing will hesitate, but I'm gonna find out. Okay, I don't think it's going to. But it does drop a diamond, so... Yeah, I think that must have been some sort of special creature, because a diamond is not a usual drop. So, I don't think it would have hesitated. Well... Make sure nothing else got dropped. Oh, hold on. What's this? Oh, a piece of warm obsidian. And that looks like that. We'll work towards mind speak, I guess. Okay. Real quick, let's head back to the stronghold. Give everybody a quick chat. How was your first fight, Grieve? What do you mean, do we go after demons every day like that? Of course we do. We eat demons for breakfast. They taste a little bit like bacon. Very weird bacon. Well, now we have 2 diamonds. I had no idea what to do with them. Well, since we have you, we might as well take you and you. Stick the 2 of you together. Make you slightly more valuable. We're getting a raid! Welcome in, Reppin and the Awoo crew. Hello, Reppin. Hello, Corgi. Hello, Locke. Thank you so much for the raid. How was... Let me get you a shout out here. So how was Alan Wake 2? Does it continue to be everything that it was? It's insanity. The best kind of insanity. I love it. I love to hear that. Well, we've just been exploring, making new friends, blowing shit up. That kind of thing. We just finished defeating a demon that we accidentally on purpose unleashed upon the world. And we got a diamond as a reward. But we already had a diamond, so it's a spare? I guess? I don't know. We can equip it if we need to have Lux aligned defenses. We'll see what happens. But yeah, how have you all been doing? I hope that you've been doing well. I hope that your Orktober has been treating you kindly. Let's see. We just got Reppin a level. I'm going to avoid details for Wolf, but I'm just going to say if anyone knows me, I'm a Remedy fan, and so far my favorite is Quantum Break, and second favorite is Control. I'm not done with Alan Wake 2 yet, but it's surpassed Control in second place, and is a contestant for first place still. I see. Wolf, I think that means you have to play this game soon. Let's see, what were we doing? So now that we've got Reppin up to 17, he is caught up. Let's see, who else needs to be caught up besides Grieve and Raven? Oh, Kirillo does. Oh gosh. Yeah, We're not going to have anybody who has camaraderie with Carrillo or Grieve if we bring him in, but you know what? It's fine. You will play it once you have the money for it? Fair enough. Suggest it next for your game budget. Yeah, how long ago did that come out? It just came out, right? Because if it just came out, I wouldn't expect to see... Oh, it's been about a year. Oh, okay. Well then, Wolf, keep an eye out for Steam sales. If it's not on your wish list, you may want to put it on there. This is not the most ideal party, but to be fair, Carrillo is not exactly... Carrillo is a little bit of a mess. Like, we don't necessarily need a dodge tank. Yeah, Carrillo's just gonna have to sit on the back burner until I can figure out what I'm doing with him. Because I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to respec him. Like, I'm gonna have to take him to the Fundament Shrine. I'm gonna have to wipe his memory. I'm gonna have to give him a love potion. I'm gonna have to do everything that's needed to get him reset. Oh, it's not on Steam? Oh. How do you acquire it then? Is it an Epic Store exclusive? Okay, Epic does have sales as well. So, one way or another, I would say keep an eye out for those sales. Because we're getting to the holiday season. And Steam usually has their sales starting around November, like the end of November. And then Epic will have their sales to compete. You hate having to use EGL for it, but it's worth it. EGL, my brain is not parsing that acronym. We need 2 bows. Who has another bow? Does anybody? No. Okay, well, you get this one then. We're actually gonna go on a bit of an item grind, I think. As soon as I remember where. Yes, this was it. Yeah, this is just a level 4 easy thing. We're just gonna zip through it, and we're gonna get some extra bows because we need to strengthen the bows that we have. So this is not gonna be a risk to anybody. Oh, Epic's Games Launcher. Gotcha. Okay. I don't know why my brain was just like, letters? Da, 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 da. Ideally, Ideally, our archer friend here will hesitate. Oh, okay, well, we'll just move everybody up. Nope. Think about that again. Think about that again. Really, think about that. Oops. Oh well, it's fine. He didn't hesitate anyway. It's like, we could kill you, but we want that bow that you've got. I think if we ransom, I believe it's a nicer bow. Okay, we're losing patience. I'll just take what you got and I'll work with it. He can't do anything, so... We'll give you one chance. That was your chance. Oh well. You really should hesitate. You really should hesitate. Hesitate, damn you. Thank you. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. And for that, we get a recurve bow. So we can take the two recurves and make a stiff recurve. That's what I wanted. Let's see. Some mushroom thingies in here. He's got a good enough defense, he'll be fine. We do not need the mushrooms necessarily, but I guess I can pick them up and sell them. I'll eat one. I shall eat your brains, mushroom people! The mushroom kingdom shall fear my name. For you are delicious on burgers when sautéed. You just defend. They have many useful... Oh, Centaur Archer is also nice to recruit. They have many useful starting passives. Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't really done a whole lot of recruiting. Usually, I don't do a whole lot of recruiting because there's usually friends like I want to add in, or a custom roster. Plus, there's so many characters to pick up along the way. Maybe one of these days I'll consider doing a playthrough of the game where I can only recruit instead of having like the people from the game or the custom roster or something like that. We'll have to see. Let's see. I believe you are in here. You're in here somewhere. Where are you? Oh wait, you're in this building. Hang on. Yeah, I should be able to do this with the initiative as it is. Nobody wants to buy a soggy sandwich. Now you want a burger, you just had a chicken club brunch for dinner. What other delicious things can I tempt you with? You know what I want? Burger-wise, I want to go to Red Robin. I used to live in an area where I could go there whenever I wanted, like it was within walking distance. It was a bit of a walk. It was about 1.5 miles, 2 miles, something like that. Worth it, though. I do miss going there. Alright, the makeshift bow is gonna go here for now. Same for the crude pike. Yeah, we'll just sell that. Who else is with us? Zencraft. Oh, you're not carrying anything. Okay. Oh, Raven has it. That's why. I was like, where's the other recurve bow? Somebody's holding it, dum-dum. Alright. Red Robin has one of your favorite cheese sticks called the Cheese Twists. I don't believe I've ever had that. That must have come after I lost my ability to go there. I usually go there for the Whiskey River Barbecue Burger. It is absolutely delicious. I love it. I would go there for my birthday. My friend and I both had birthday the same month, so we would both go at the same time and get our birthday burgers. But sadly, life changed. Well, I wouldn't say sadly life changed. I would just say life just changed. I moved from Indianapolis to Columbus, largely to kind of help a buddy of mine who was getting out of the Army, help him transition to civilian life. And then I just was kind of all over the place for a little while. And now I'm back, quote-unquote, home. But I would prefer to move somewhere where I have, like, 1 friends and 2, like, good restaurants that are in the area. Red Robin being amongst them. I used to also love going to Panera Bread. I used to get their clam chowder and a baguette. Sadly, it appears that they have stopped selling clam chowder. Panera Bread? Shame. What am I doing? Yeah, it is definitely a feels. I got the bow upgraded, so we're good to go there. Let's do a quick chat with everybody. Because once again, I do not know if I need to talk to everybody when they gain experience. I don't know if I need to talk to everybody when they level up. I don't know if I have to talk to everybody every time. I do not know the system. I wish it was more transparent. And until I get a mood ring, it's not going to be transparent how everybody's disposition is. What are you doing in the corner here, Val? Okay. Alright, we want these 3 to level up. Like, we need to actually get them caught up. The Burning Void. This looks like a cheerful place. It is too dark to see what's inside this place, but there is a dark, maleficent energy hanging in the air. And it appears to be Disney branded. Oh goodness, did you hear something? Yeah, it sounds like chanting. And time travel shenanigans. Magus, is that you? You're not Magus. You are a goblin mage, though. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Where do we want you to be? Okay. Oh, please, we've handled 2 of you already. You're not scary. Probably. Yeah, see? We'll be fine. Okay, that was mean. Quick, don't let your equipment fall into the void. You better not. This one dropped a ruby ring. Max Align 100. Max mana, magical 10, pain strike. So this is good if we want to create fireballs to blow shit up. And that's it. We can leave. Not much in terms of experience there, because it was literally just 2 enemies. Let's see. I suppose I should eventually get him to gain down to earth, but what I'll probably need to do, since he's neutral, I can afford to give him a little bit of thwart or weave. The question is, how far do I want to go? I probably do want to get him to thwart 2, because that'll give him another carry capacity. Weave is gonna be a little bit more difficult to work with there. So yeah, probably just get thwart to 2. Now, I remember using this as a stronghold once. Oh, supports 8, band of 13. Well, if I did, it was earlier in the game then, so that's not gonna work. Let's go back home. We'll put the ruby ring down for the moment. I don't know who can use it. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be better to keep the silk gauntlet for now, I think. You know, I don't think this shield is doing her a lot of good. give you a ring. Same for you. Yeah, that was pretty much it in terms of items. There wasn't a whole lot that we got there, just that ring. So we'll say hello to everybody. I want to say that Raven is probably the next person that we'll get a bond with. I think she was the first person we found after Bato. I think. I don't remember. But we also haven't been using her, so I don't know. Yeah, there's too many question marks. What level did this turn out to be? 15. Okay, that's fine. Ashen Brink. Do we want our current party? Yes, because they need to catch up. The Ashen Brink, an acrid odor, or acrid odor, don't ask me how to pronounce that, drifts through the thin trees, and in the distance you can see a pale haze settling. Seems homey. Huh. This well is overflowing with cool, clear water. It appears to be built on some kind of natural spring. There are coins glittering in the bottom of the well. Leave it. Would you like to throw some coins into the well? Sure, we'll make a wish. You throw a handful of coins into the clear water and watch as they tumble to the bottom, glittering on the way down. For a moment, there is a comfortable feeling. Maybe you'll get lucky. Perhaps so. Oh, hello. Time to head to bed, Wolfie. No problem. I hope you have a pleasant night's sleep with wonderful dreams. We are getting on towards Halloween, so I do hope that you have a safe and happy Halloween. Of course, if anybody out there, once Halloween rolls around, if we happen to run into any spooky werewolves or anything like that, make sure to give them a great big hug, because you never know, it might be a friend. But I hope you have a good one, Wolf. We'll catch you later. Let's see if he hesitates. Stop! I know can win. Okay, give us your stuff. Yes, take and I go. Brag. It's a good name. Oh, look, another body harness. We'll probably need that at some point. Thank you for stripping naked for us. We appreciate you. Hey! Ooh, it regenerates. That's not good. You cannot communicate with it. Oh, well, that's fine. It looks as though someone made a hasty attempt to hide the satchel. It has a few items inside. We have an unfinished elixir, a mustard pretzel, and that's it. I gotta figure out where I can pick up an emerald. I thought maybe the Spriggan, since it's like plant-based. But apparently not. This cauldron is just full of stagnant rainwater. It's filmed over with scum and wriggling bug larvae. It's gross! Oh, what do you see? Oh, there's a chest. An old chest sealed tight with weather and age. I'm gonna leave this for now. Zentgraph. I have something for you to do. Best of 3. No! That sucked! With a mighty heave, the lid gives way and slides onto the ground. Oh well. Hello. Need somebody to light your fire? We've got Sasquatches. What? You not afraid? You want talk? We can recruit them if we want. I don't know if we want to. Do we want a Sasquatch? Like, I really need laborers. Will they make good laborers? So to be a good laborer, they would have to be either neutral or lawful aligned. And I'm kind of concerned that they would be chaos aligned. I guess I can just tell them to book it if they don't look good. I don't know. C79, if you're still in the chat, what do you think? Should I make friends with a Sasquatch? Do we want to deal with big, hairy Bigfoots or big feets? I don't know. You're not sure? I wonder. I could still attack them if I wanted to. I'm not. And do we like the name Kinnapak, or do we like Pamiruk? Or Pamiyiruk? I think I like Kinnapak. Yeah. We got room, and if it's necessary, we can just ask them. He's like, you know, hey, you wanna have lunch? We'll see if Kina? Yeah. I don't know. Let's recruit one. You want friend? Yeah. I like friend. Okay. So if we were to do a run where we can only recruit monsters, they're nice and you do have food. Well, as long as they don't eat it all. It looks as though someone carrying a lot of goods was attacked and left for dead here. Most of the rubble has been picked over, but there is one heavily damaged chest that is still sealed. Raven. This looks like a job for you. Best of 2. It takes a bit of creative leverage, but you managed to pop the lid off of the sealed chest. We got a normal key and 200 gold pieces, antique coins, and a weighted cog. If you need a tank, they're pretty good for a chaotic team. Oh, so they are chaos? That's kind of what I was worried about. Because what I need are laborers. And if they are chaos aligned, then that's not going to work. I could respec. Yeah, the thing is, if they're chaos aligned, respecking doesn't do a whole lot of good. Because chaotic members contribute the second highest skill. So, not super great. Lawful contribute the... what is it? Lawful contributes the highest utility skill. So basically, lawful... they work if you stick to the same row. So like for Bato, because he's lawful, I don't want to delve into any of the... what are they? The yellow and the blue ones. What are they called? It doesn't tell me what they're called. But yeah, magic and guile, that's what they're called. So Bato would not benefit with contribution to labor if I gave him anything in the guile or magic categories. Neutral is their utility score squared. So neutral characters can basically do anything along the column for utility, and it'll still benefit what their contribution is. It doesn't make them very good fighters if you do that, but at least you have people doing work around camp. Hello, I knew that you were around here somewhere. Yeah, if you're looking for a laborer, the centaur archer would be good. Oh, okay. Give us your money! Or not. At least we know we can talk to you. You had to respec yours into full fort. Ah, okay. I wonder if we can talk to whatever these are. We'll find out. You win! Give us your stuff. No, that's mine! Alejandro? This one's named Duke. You take, I go. No, that's mine. Not for much longer if you don't watch it, buddy. Okay, you're... You're being a pain in the butt, you know that? Alright, we're gonna give it one last chance here. Nope, you lose. Okay. Yay, we made it. And those three are now caught up. Yeah, that one was really stubborn. That was a little bit ridiculous. What are we making you, Grieve? Wait. Why do you have labor? How did you... Oh, this is fine. So what is your manpower contribution? We need laborers. We should probably... I'm trying to get settled in my chair here. Oh no! I was unplugging my headset. Which is not what I wanted to do. Anyway. We'll do that. So close. Hang on. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we'll give her that. Should be able to get her to the shrewd thing soon. Well, hang on. Yeah, we'll do that. Not gonna risk it. I just... Next level, I want her to have that. What were we doing with you? We were getting you a little thwart, weren't we? Yeah, because we wanted to get you more carry capacity. Yeah, because we're not conscripting very much. At all. In fact, the person we did conscript, we're probably going to release here momentarily. Did we get any items that we can actually do anything with? Body harness, healing potion. Pretzel. Do I have another hatchet? I do not. I do not have another war knife. Antique coins. Warped branch. I feel, this weighted cog is gonna bother me. I don't know if we need to keep it or not. So I guess I get to hold on to it for a little while. Because even though it says junk, so is that mana battery that we got from, Who's what's it? Gosh. When we released Bato, there was an enemy that dropped it. We got the weighted cog from a chest in the area that we were at. Which could be junk, could be important. I don't know. There you are. Can you take these 2 sticks and make them into something better? Yay! We do not have any other hedge rods, so we're done with that. Raven! Bizarre. Lars. Grin. Kirillo. Grieve. Wolfie, what you doing hiding back here? Oh, you hiding from Mariah? Mariah is kind of scary. Hello. We'll say hello to our Sasquatch friend in a moment. Alright. You with the big feet. Friend. You much food, good fire, and safe. I like friend. Oh, now I'm gonna feel bad if I gotta release you. Yeah, very much a tank. Some labor. You can attempt to negotiate with animals. You have Rex, Soul, Robust, Vicious, Active Defense, Longevity. A lot of this is from Guard. Hardworking. You can attempt to make labor challenges. Doubles your manpower contribution. Sidestep improves your chances of evading physical and magical attacks. Gonna have to think about that one. I guess if I need a chaos tank... the thing is that he's gonna need some attack power. I don't know, we're gonna have to think about it. What is our manpower right now? 55.99. Oh, finally, we've got enough surplus. Let's get another porter, please. So, Kinnipak's contribution isn't really terrible. Reppin'. I need to look at your book. Okay, we need to get Reppin' some labor to double his manpower contribution. Okay, you all are at 17, so we're caught up. Who is not? Kirillo, we're just kind of leaving sit until we get him respect. I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing with him. He's probably going to end up being an attacker. Grin is at 16. Mariah's at 16. Bado is 15. Where does that put us? It puts me and Bado at odds. Mariah, you need a weapon. Actually, you know what? Oh no, it doesn't have lucky anymore. Never mind. Who was the other person we added? We need Grin. And who has the book? Wolfie does, okay. I want to get more stuff for getting a scythe. I believe that's fragmented forest. Yeah. So we'll run through this real quick. That'll get us the experience that we need to get a porter and some inventory. Enter. Okay. I believe there is a zombie over here. Yeah, if this was some kind of a thwart challenge, then we would have the option to do more. But the drawer seems to be locked. Nothing is happening, so meh. Maybe a junk item needed? Maybe. Okay, I see how it is. Oh, you jerk. There was a mana battery in this map, but it wasn't the item needed. Is that something that I can do something with? And I will, and that is a yes or no question if you want to answer it. You know, I could have sworn that there used to be 2 gargoyles with war sickles, but maybe not. It's all good, though. code wasn't finished with that cabinet. Oh well. I will not worry about it then. It's either that or some pixel hunt needed for telekinesis. I hadn't considered that we would need telekinesis for puzzles. I thought that telekinesis was just moving inventory amongst your party for free. So, like, you can put your inventory into anybody's backpack slots, but you can only equip things on that person's turn. Telekinesis bypasses that, and you can equip everybody with whatever on anybody's turn. That's how I thought it worked, but I haven't actually gotten it to test it. Alright. Let's take the war sickle we just got, and the war sickle from Mariah, and let's talk to you, and let's take this and let's upgrade it to a war scythe. That is as far as that goes. Open a door or light a brazier from a distance. Oh. I had not considered that. I guess I will have to consider that at some point. It's fine. Okay. Now I can take stuff like this and put it here. Here's our porter. His name is Owen, I guess. Did you need me for something? Carry the food, carry the loot, I don't care. Load me up and let's go. We'll have a quick chat with everybody. Hold still. Okay. We've got the uneasy grave, wooded shoreline, treasure trail, bouldering dugout. Wait a minute, wasn't there... Hang on. Okay. I don't believe that I have completed this yet. Because I needed a laborer, and I was like... I don't want to juggle people right now. So I didn't. So let's go ahead and clear this real quick. Well, I say real quick, but it's going to be at level, so... whoops. Oh, there's a satchel. Hello. You root through the corpse's belongings and make a mental note not to drink the water. We have acquired a worn knife and some moist cornbread. I knew there was something around here somewhere. Where are you? All the way over there. Oh, bother. At least somebody can attack. Direpotamus. I knew there was another one around here somewhere. It looks as though you could probably roll this boulder a few feet if you pushed it hard enough. Best of two. Ah! With a mighty heave, the boulder rolls over onto its side and settles into its new position. I have no idea what that does. Ooh, there's bubbles. Well, I kind of remember this part now. We're going to find new friends, sort of. Okay. Jeez, just blew them up. Whoops. I do want to see if they hesitate. Okay, that's low enough. You win. Okay, do I want to see what it's carrying or try to recruit it to see if maybe I can get a laborer? He's not exactly a skilled negotiator either way. Oh well. I guess we'll try to ransom again. Yeah. No, I don't know. I have a feeling about recruit. Not sure about those. You think they may be chaotic? Okay, I'll ransom then. A trade then. Take it. Oh look, he dropped his underwear for us. Thank you for stripping naked for us. We appreciate you and everything that you do. To be honest, I thought he already was naked. Oh look, more clothing. Or armor, at least. Yep, more clothes. I'm okay with that. Gotta light it. Oh, I see another one. Boop. Let's see, there's a lever around here somewhere. Oh, there it is, I think. Hang on. Actually, I don't know if there's anything behind it, so... Actually, I don't want you there. I want you here. The switch is loose and flipping it doesn't do anything. It seems like the mechanism is broken. Oh. Never mind then. The switch appears to be seized, but the nearby gate is already open. Oh. Oh, it already... Okay. I was misreading the graphics. Jeez, just rip the guy's head off there, Mariah. Yeah, big wham. This boulder is positioned at the edge of the water. With a big enough push, it would probably slide in. Leave it for a second. Can I examine that? No, I cannot. Okay, well, I guess I'll just push it. Best of two. Ah, that sucked. There we go. The boulder tumbles into the water with a splash. Cool. I, again, don't know what that does. So I am hoping this is not a case of just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. I kind of doubt it, but did that fix anything with this? Oh, it did? Okay. It's a funny thing to have to do in order to get the switch working. I guess you have to, though, because there's no other way out. And I know that there are things around the corner. Oh, there's 3 things. Okay. We are going to end up in a bad position if we're not careful. Ideally, it'll be 1, 2, 3, but I don't think that's what's going to happen, so... Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. A behemoth and 2 diropotamus. Mariah is just an absolute slayer with that scythe. Are we close enough that we can exit? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, because Bato is lawful, there's no point in going down thwart or weave. Like, not if I want to be efficient. He's not gonna be in. Okay, yeah, it's just gonna be. Let's see if I do this. 2 points short. Makes me mad. We'll just do that. But let me see something here. 624. Okay. We'll just stick with that. Alright. We could claim it as a stronghold, but we won't. We now have another war knife, more cornbread. Who was with us? Mariah. Okay, we've got more underwear and a thigh plate. Our inventory is getting very full. I think I'm gonna sell the burlap butt sack. Because threat 5, evasion 5 is a weird thing to have on armor, and wasting 1, like, I don't like wasting. I don't like the degenerative nature of it. It occurs to me, so I mentioned earlier the Alacritus boots are not something that I want to wear because I didn't recall any armor with Lucky. The Lucky undies actually do have, or the comfy undies have the Lucky trait, so they are Lucky underwear basically. So I could pair the two of those onto somebody, but then what benefit do we get from 3 movement? I really don't. I move slowly and methodically when it comes to combat, so I'm not sure that this is strictly necessary to pair together, especially considering you don't get anything else except for 10 evasion. I mean, I might be fine on Kirillo, but again, we're not really utilizing movement, so let's see. Who was with us? Green was with us. Okay, we didn't have anything else. Alright, let's get these knives forged. Okay. And because nobody is using knives, we're gonna go ahead and create the Assassin Soul. everybody a quick chat. Yes, we'll even give a quick chat to friend. Did I talk to Val? I don't remember. All right. I think I got time for one more. Where do we want to go? Actually, let me check the party. Yeah, we need them to catch up yet. Moldering Dugout. There is a tiny roadside shelter here, made to serve as an emergency stop for travelers. Of course, it's anybody's guess what could be in there. Hello, winged snake thing. Oh, too far away for once. Okay. Really? Really? I think Grin was a little pissed off at it. Grin was like, "Stop dodging my fireballs!" Yeah, very quick map. Please be courteous and leave the shelter as clean as you found it. Royal Highway Commission. The sign is very, very old. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be anything here, so. Hey, we finally got one of the antique coins to sell. Yeah, can't imagine why. Supports 25. But this supports 20. We're not gonna be able to get any more services for a bit. But at least this will allow us to get more people in so that we can start building up manpower. Yeah, our surplus is only 149 now. And I'd have to be really careful, because if I try to remove a service, I probably will not get it back. There were no items dropped there, so... I still wonder about this moldy shield. Wouldn't it be, like, I wanted to sell it, and then I'm like, well... what if it's one of those things where somebody's like, well, if you combine this with some other rare item, you'll get, like, the best shield in the game. It probably is absolutely nothing like that. But that's the problem with not knowing. You don't know that it isn't. You don't know if it is, but you don't know if it's not. Okay, so that wasn't really a map. Young Trail, Ashen Brink. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this. Who do we got in the party? Yeah, we'll keep this group. Alright. The Uneasy Grave. This otherwise unremarkable forest clearing is choked with a thick smoke, blotting out the sun. Something strange is going on here. Oh, right. This place. It'll be fine. Hello, Dullahan. This figure makes no motion to attack, and when you approach, the head he holds in his outstretched hand begins to speak. The forest grows tight around this place, choking the pain and choking the memory of what transpired. I yet linger in order to remember, for if I forget, the memory be lost. Heed me, travelers, if wish ye a way through the wood, witness my suffering, remember in my stead that I might sleep. Do this, and I will show you the way through. Do we want to witness, or should we just leave? Of course we're going to witness what's going on here. We're not going to get anywhere otherwise. Go and witness the horror. It shall be engraved upon your very soul. Well, everybody, here's today's Halloween episode. This signpost is ancient. It reads Quarantine Zone. I know you've got more friends back there. They're tough. I don't think we can talk to this. Yeah, we can't communicate with it. Bye, Tuma. Here's the other ones. You probably cannot speak zombie. This is true. I mean, I can try. I hope I didn't say anything offensive. Ah, they were cannibals and they ate him. Stop eating the corpses, it's gross. Ah. Hang on. There we go. Ah. No, no, Grin, that's a bad place to be. I need you to wait a little bit longer before I have you charge in. There we go. Now, I don't think that these... Well, no, the zombies hesitated. Okay, so maybe the Plague Doctor will hesitate. We'll see. He's just defending, which tells me probably not, but we'll see. Yeah, you're just defending now, so I think that's an indication that it doesn't hesitate. I'll give it one last shot. And then I feed you to Mariah. Mariah, it's snack time. Don't actually eat him though. That would be gross. Oh, this is where I stocked up on unfinished elixirs. Ugh. I actually don't remember whether or not this place respawns its monsters. I don't think it does. Just because of the way it works. Oh well, it's fine. Okay. Let's get into position, everybody. Really? It's like we need more things to clobber here. That was not very nice. You missed? Stop eating the doctor. It's not good for you. $205. Holy shit. For a moment here, my mouse over here, and I thought, the zombie dropped a scone? No, dummy. There is an unlit sconce. Oh, hi. Grin, stand over here. I'll take that. Morgadies. So many healing potions. Like, if we need heal potions, this is the place to get it. Oh, hang on. Research notes. I euthanized 4 patients today. Even if we come up with a viable treatment for the plague tomorrow, some of these people are already too far gone to survive. We are running out of places to put the bodies. I hope that the researchers at the Capitol are having better luck than we are. By now, all of the doctors are infected as well, myself included, and at the rate things are progressing, we will all be dead before finding a cure. I must have faith that Her Majesty will find a way to save us. I didn't look to see if there was anything written back here. I probably should. Okay. I don't want to go that way yet. Hello. We are here to cure you of your suffering. What's the cure, you ask? Surgery. Grin, would you be so kind as to, cauterize any wounds? Okay, look, they're not snacks. And our our precision surgeon Mariah and Bato, if you could just pin that flesh to the wall. Yes, thank you very much. Hi, zombie. There were 2 zombies named Kwame? That's different. Give me 1 second here. Ow. 1 moment, please. I have to fix something on my phone real quick. Because it is midnight, and my phone is going to be like, it's time for sleep. And I need to turn that off because it's not time for sleep. Not yet. Anyway, just in case everybody stay put. Okay. Wait. Hold on, there's something over there. There is a key tucked into the top drawer here. No? Jeez. Really? Another rare key and 200 gold. Inside this end table is an amulet, similar to the ones worn by the doctors you have encountered. And look, now I've got 2 of them. Okay, now we're ready to go over here. Okay. Oh, this, I believe there is something on here. Grin, over here, please. So this is a little unsettling. We've got this great big long bridge / wall. And there's just so many corpses. Like, this has to be where they throw all the dead bodies. And look at them. You can see, like, skeletons and zombies. And, yeah, just like, oh gosh. Got the boogeymans. We're just gonna have you wait. Probably not going to be too keen to stand right next to you, but... Oh, okay, Mariah. Nicely done. Oh, you're gonna hesitate, are you? Let's negotiate. Okay, now that I know that you've got something that you can drop. And you don't seem to be regenerating. Who's... I guess Bato can try it. Oh, wait a minute. This thing only drops meat. It really doesn't want to drop that meat. Oh well. Yeah, I remember last time... Oh, a toad obsidian. We actually want that. So it's a good thing that we didn't negotiate. Well... Oops. Oh well. Yeah, pretty well disintegrated. And then Mariah turned that one into a fine paste. Cup of healing drafts. Oh wait, a healing draft and a bland mushroom. Nobody's hungry right now. There's a note on this table. It reads, "Make sure that you check the refugees. If any of them got a hold of a key, we could have a break in quarantine, and I don't need to tell you how bad that would be." I want to go this way. Another itty bitty mushroom. Okay. You do you, Mariah. What else have we got here? I think we got a little potion. Nobody's hungry. We'll just leave the mushroom behind. Oh, hello. And a healing draft. I want that. Nobody's hungry. I might be making it look too easy because I have a little bit of experience with this area and just positioning in general. I've kind of learned my lessons. What's not so great is if I am not able to plan ahead, then things can fall apart quickly. Like when I picked up Grieve, like I wasn't 100% sure where the enemies would spawn. So that quickly could have gotten out of hand, and I believe on my first playthrough it very much did. Like, we either lost somebody or we came very close to losing somebody. But it was a mess. Where do I want everybody? Grin? Over here. Bato over here. Me. Don't open that yet. We're gonna back off one, so... Hello? Okay. I knew you were there somewhere. Actually, I want you guys over here. And another healing draft. Get rid of the mushroom. Wait, I'll actually eat the mushroom. Wait a minute. That was the lantern. Never mind. Jeez. Mariah, good job. Take a brief break here. Mirai is just patiently saying, come a little closer so that I can turn you into a fine mist. Those were mushrooms over there, right? I'm not forgetting a potion. What are you? You are a mushroom. Okay, so those are a bunch of mushrooms. Nobody's hurt, so we're good. Well, I didn't hesitate, so... And that's it. We have finished reviewing the memories of the poor plague victims. We got a whole lot of healing potions out of it. Okay, my friends, let's get the hell out of here. Yay, somebody bought the burlap butt sack and the chewy quiche. Yeah, I want her fight to go up. What did I say I was gonna do with Bato? Was I gonna work on Thwart? Yeah, I think I was. Just to get him to extra pockets. I think. It's like I want his labor contribution to be better. I'll stick with it. A secured location. Not something that we can turn into a stronghold. I wonder why. Okay. So now we have way more potions than we know what to do with. Which means we're going to end up with a lot overflowing into being sold. Well, no, because what I can do... I haven't been using them. So you're overflowing. You do. You get sold. You get sold. You get sold. You get sold. Oh, we can take the toad obsidian and combine those. Where are you? Hi, I need to talk with you. Toad obsidian, what do you turn into? An arm. Cool, we've got 2 arms. And 2 legs, and a wing. Where do I get the body? We've got an extra pendant we can hold on to for now, I guess. We can probably get rid of some of these torches. I don't like how the mouse keeps double clicking every so often. That takes care of inventory. Grin, you did a good job. Kirillo, just keep being you. Grieve will keep working on you. Mariah, I'm not going to piss you off, I promise. I'll give you whatever space you need, just don't murder me and turn me into a messy smear on the floor. And the rest of you, please give Mariah some space. She, you don't want to piss her off, that's all. Still don't know what I'm going to do about you. Oh! That night, Grin comes to see you. You might have pieced this together, but I like to fight. I fought most of my life. I'm real good at it, but it's also the only thing I got. Makes a big difference when you can fight with someone decent covering your ass, so I gotta thank you for that. You've put me through some of the roughest fights I've ever seen, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Here, this is for you. It's just my way of saying thanks. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. Aww. Grin likes us! Let's see what Grin's bond item is. It's a seashell. Let's see. Lucky and Lifeguard. Let's have you hold on to that for right now. Just so I know who's done stuff at a glance. That was nice. Yeah. It's a protective shell. I guess. It's a lucky shell. I don't know about protection. Shells tend to be on the fragile side. Also, it's probably smaller than the inventory spot says. Anyway, let's exit. Alright. Okay, now that we've got everybody caught up. Kirillo. Oh, God. Okay. Nope, no more dodge tank. I need him to be useful. Because right now, the way it stands, so I'm the main tank here with guard and ward. We have enough people who are off tanks. But I don't know, I don't really have a place for a dodge tank. Because he can't really fight. And if you're gonna be like if you're gonna have any amount of defense, okay, that's fine, but if you can't fight, then you're a laborer. And he's chaotic, so his labor contribution is going to be pretty middling. Why am I holding shift? So we're going to see how this works. Now the question is, when do I use the love potion? Do I use it, like, immediately after, or do I don't know. The only thing he has is slippery with the dodging. You can dodge attacks more frequently. See, here's the thing, though. He has vicious, you score critical hits more often. So, you could build him to be like Lars or Mariah and just be a murder machine. Or you dodge attacks more frequently, you could make him a dodge tank. The problem is, when we found him in the woods, he's not spec'd to take advantage of this. Like, when he's a rescuer, I believe he has hunt dodge. But when you find him in the wild, he has guard dodge? And apparently a tiny amount of labor and or thwart. I'm not sure there. Maybe it's thwart. Either way, I don't know where the hell his numbers are, but this is not working, and I'm not bringing him out because he's just not fitting with his current, the way he's laid out. So, something needs to be done. I got him too late to be able to fix this. So, he's gonna end up another murder machine, like Mariah. And if I end up regretting it, then I end up regretting it. But so far, my current tactics have been working out pretty well. Alright. Carillo. Lay down an offering of gold to prove your commitment to the struggle. So be it. Struggle anew. Live anew. Your body and mind have been stripped clean in order that you may rediscover yourself. Okay, so if I have him drink the love potion, that should negate the unhappy. I don't have the mood ring, so I have no visual way of knowing this. Okay, Carillo, come on, buddy. Not sure if the respec needed to happen first or whatnot. I'll look it up. Hang on. Give me 1 sec. In fact, let me check something real quick. No, I don't want to do it that way. Let's see. Okay, with them still as your active party member, use the love potion. This will reset the effects to normal. If you have the mood ring, it would show red when you mouse over the character. Okay. Yeah, so it should be fine. I mean, I can do it the other way around. The thing is, without the mood ring, I'm not gonna know, so... I'll go ahead and I'll do it the other way around. I'll give him his points, and then I'll go ahead and give him the love potion. Like, the order probably doesn't matter. Oh, if you did, okay. So you've encountered that where the mood ring doesn't register a mood change if you use it right away? I'd have to look at an old save, because I do have a save with the mood ring. I'd have to experiment with that. But yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll give him the potion after I get him his first level. Okay. So now we've got the love potion. We'll have him drink it. And presumably, he's good now. Okay, who do we want to bring with us? Bring you. Bring Raven. And, whoops, Carilla. Let's see if he has anything new to say at the moment. Yeah, it's just his normal conversation, so. Alright, let's give you more so that you have something to do. Shield is not going to do you any good. So let's give you fuzzy boots. It's better than nothing. And let's see. We'll give you Bato's bow. Oh. What? That night, Kirello comes to see you. You know, when we first met, I had a good feeling about you. That's not something that Lucat gives you a lot of opportunities to say. I know there's a sorta don't ask rule we have about each other's brands, but I wanted to tell you how I got mine. It's nothing crazy, but, well, maybe it is sorta crazy. But it's been a while since I told anybody about it, and I trust you, because I don't remember a goddamn thing about you anymore, but you're really pretty. So anyway, here goes. I used to be a guard, a long time ago, just a small town guard, your standard orc thug in a metal suit kind of guy. I loved it though. I love people, I love looking out for people, and I love kicking the bad guys' butts, and for a while, that's what I did. At some point though, I blinked and missed it. I started getting orders to avoid areas where we knew some rotten stuff was going down. I'd get pulled off of investigations, only to find out that nobody else had been put on. Somebody was getting their palms or their knobs greased to turn a blind eye. Maybe a lot of someone's were. I was the only orc in the guard, and I know that we don't always have the best reputation for being squeaky clean when it comes to human lands, but I loved my job, and it made me sick to see someone shitting all over it like that. I quit, but I refused to walk away. I sort of kept doing what I'd been taught to do, but without the authority of the guards. I fucked up a bunch of the people who'd been placing bribes and a bunch of the guards who'd been taking them. At first it was just me, but then some of the other guards who felt the same way that I did turned coat and started following me instead. We worked in the dark, but we kept that little town safer than it had ever been. And man was the guard ever pissed at us. They smeared us pretty bad, tried to get the people to hate us, but it didn't work too well. The little guys knew who was really looking out for them. Problem was, I got too safe in that. One night, when I was out on a job, I got injured. Looking for a place to lay low, I went to a guy I helped out once. He took me in, bandaged me up, and fed me. And then brought the guards right to me while I was asleep. I never had a damn chance. They were going to string me up right there, but they wanted to make an example out of me. Put the fear to the rest of my guys. They took me to the Capitol Court, and they put me through a joke trial just so they could say they had a good reason to ship me out here. I don't know what happened to the rest of my guys, and I probably never will. They're smart, though, and they can look after themselves. We knew the risks, and we did good work. No regrets. No regrets? It's even hard to call this place a regret, isn't it? After all, I got to meet you, and here, in our own way, we're still doing good. In a lot of ways, it reminds me of what I was doing back home, which I guess is why I was thinking about it and why I wanted to talk about it. Just waxing nostalgic, I suppose. Anyway, I don't mean to make you sit up and listen to me gab all night. I put together a little something for you, but it can wait till tomorrow. Just have a look in your stash when you get a chance. And Brew, thanks again. Mean it. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. So I was not aware that Love Potion was that potent. Because my understanding, it's VOD, Brew. Well, this is kind of exciting. I mean, this island is pretty exciting in general, but there's something that feels good about this. Like, it's the start of something amazing. Whatever it is we're doing, I'm glad to be here. And you know what, Kirillo? That's a positive attitude, considering everything that we're doing to you. We're completely reimagining how you function. Anyway, yeah, that was not expected. Kirillo, let's give you that so that you've got lucky. That's going to be a lot more valuable than fuzzy boots. Yeah, lucky. Okay. And now we need to find some place that's level what? As close to 19 as we can find, with a lot of enemies. Level 15. This is not a thing. Level 13. I think all of these are going to be low level, aren't they? Level 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, yeah. Alright, we'll do this real quick and then we'll wrap up for the night. Wait, Raven doesn't have a bow. Hang on. Where's the other bow? Oh, Zentcraft has it. Okay. Hold on. Did we bring Val with us? Yeah, we need to give her something besides this. Hello, werewolf friend. Kirillo, just hang back here. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm considering recruiting, but again, he's probably chaotic. So, we'll ransom. Oh, he had a grilled ribeye. Okay. I took his steak. Ah! Were centaur spearmen also potentially good laborers? We're gonna find out. They're alright? I don't work for nobody but me. Okay, well, I don't have the patience for this. Oh. Really? There's a freaking tree in the way? And that is that. Very nice leveling. If you had been to Fort Gallier, the Action is one of your favorite laborers. Okay. Yeah, I have been there, but, what are we doing with you? We're trying to get to Meat Shield. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now they're caught up. The only one who's not is Kennepack, and I don't know why I have him in the party. I don't know what I was thinking. Taking advantage of his command ability to also be able to negotiate with everybody. Ah. Yeah, that would be useful. Kennepack does have the ability to negotiate with animals, but, I'm not terribly worried about that. I mean, I can start worrying about building a menagerie, like, when I have room for, like, hundreds of people or something. Kinda have to build up to that first. But yeah, we need to get Carrillo leveled. We're gonna actually do that next time, though. So who are we gonna bring with us? So we need people who's gonna be useful. Let's go ahead and bring Nazara in. We'll have Wolfie with us. That should do for that. We'll do a quick chat with everybody, make sure that everybody feels happy. We know that Carrillo is mysteriously happy. Can't imagine why. It must have been that funny Kool-Aid he drank. Do I really... I really don't know if I want to keep the Sasquatch. I mean, he's contributing manpower, so I guess for now, it's fine. Did I talk to Wolfie? Wolfie, did I talk to you? I don't remember. I'm gonna talk to you again. Raven, did I talk to you? There's too many people kind of hanging out in one spot. Okay. Do we have any items that we need to faff around with? We do have a steak, 170. And then a crude pike, which we can do something with. Where's my... Oh, he was right there. Can you hold still? Oh, rope. I want to keep rope in my inventory. I don't know if I am ever going to need it. I'm sure Repid would approve. This will do a question mark. Wait a minute, hold on. If Nazar is going to be in the party, he needs a weapon. Carillo is good with the bow. And then, who did we have? Wolfie? Yeah, Wolfie. So he needs... We'll take Reppin's staff. Alright, we will save. That'll do it for tonight. Oh, I went on a little longer than I should have. It's nearly 1 in the morning. Oh, okay, I was gonna open Firefox, and there we go. We're gonna see if there's anybody to raid. Firefox is apparently just updated and whatnot. There's probably not anybody on this late, so we'll see what happens. Dr. Mr. Holmes is doing Dragon Warrior 4 solo. Let's see where he's at. Got a lot of maps in. Yeah, we did. We absolutely did. Okay. So yeah. Let's go on a raid. Oh my gosh. Go do a raid to Dr. Mr. Holmes. Oh, well, apparently I can't type not Mr. Holmes, Mr. Holmes. There we go. So we're going to go say hi to him. He's playing Dragon Warrior 4, which is one of my favorite NES RPGs. He's doing a solo run of the hero. Hopefully he's doing a pretty good job there. I'll put this on just so we have some music. But I want to thank everybody who stopped in tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. I hope you have a wonderful remainder of October. I hope you have a safe and happy Halloween tomorrow, because today's now technically the 30th. And I just want to tell you all how much I appreciate that you've been keeping me company on this journey. So we'll go ahead and head over there. And I will, until next time, I will catch you later. Take care.